Testing, testing, testing. Oh. Oh. Good morning, everyone. It's still morning, right? It is? Okay. Ahlan wa sahlan. My name is Janita, and I guess all AI workshops were fully booked, so it's okay. It's your win. You're still getting a gift for attending mine. Thank you. Today's topic is about preserving language, growing futures, and translanguaging in the UAE. No. No.
Flip it. Maybe flip it.
Yeah. Okay.
Use the keyboard.
Yes. Okay. There we go. Until this gets fixed. Let's start with the reality. In the UAE, there are around 200 nationalities and over 100 languages. And the UAE is one of the most diverse places. So if you're exploring about the cultures and languages, this is true playground for a researcher, lucky me. Now, when it comes to our students, they naturally move between languages when they speak. But today we will talk what happens once when they're in the classrooms. Systems often privilege one language, and the reality is that students speak in one language, they're talking to their friends, let's say, in the second language, and they're being assessed in the third language. That's our reality, right? Too many languages. So let's see how we can put it all together to work nicely in our benefit and benefit of our students. Question is, how do we acknowledge, welcome, and include all languages while maintaining academic rigor and system coherence? Now, with all these languages, most of our classrooms are English medium instruction classrooms, right? Most of the schools. And as Professor Sarah Hopkins used to say, you know, it's not always English versus Arabic, and it can be double-edged sword. Now, this is not a talk against English. We do need English. But the question is, how do we put all of these together, these languages together to work for us? So, languages are cognitive resources, and meaning-making is multilingual. When students learn, and it's aided by their own language, learning deepens when identities are affirmed. Do you think heritage languages are important? Yes. Yes. Why? Yes.
To comprehend the topic easily for the students.
Well done. Yes. So if you are here and talking about rockets, I know nothing about them, I will feel excluded, right? Often we have students who have different proficiency in English. So if they don't understand what you are saying to them, will they know the content? Can they access the curriculum? Not very easy. It's a struggle. It will take more time. But if I explain to you something, and for example, I give you visuals and show you, or now we have so much aid of AI, and it can help you with dictionaries and so on, do you think it would be easier? Yes. Okay. For example, if I speak your language and I say, ahlan wa sahlan, or kaisa hai, ठीक है? Or आपका नाम क्या है? Yeah? Okay, that's all I know. Only a few words. But when you show people that you're interested in their language and that their identities can be affirmed, does it say you belong here? Yes, we want all our students to feel belonging. Once when they feel truly accepted, do you think learning will go up or down? Up. Why? Because they're engaged. They're part of the process. We care about their identities. We care about their culture. We acknowledge them all. The cost of linguistic exclusion, unfortunately, it is identity erosion. They feel disconnected from their culture. They feel disconnected from their language, because where can they see it? If not at school, maybe just few hours that they spend with their parents, right? Maybe sometimes with their friends. But if it's not present in the schools, at universities, if we're not welcoming them, then they will feel disconnected. There is theory of investment that says if the students don't see the purpose of learning a language, they will not do it. I can tell you the clear example. My first language is Bosnian, second is Spanish, third is English. My son still is not proficient in Bosnian because he was constantly resisting. He didn't see the purpose. And he told me one time, do not make me speak your imaginary language. It hurt me a lot. No, I was doing everything right. I'm a linguist. So unless I understood, he doesn't hear the language from anybody else. We were not going home because it was Corona, let's say, for 2 years. So I was the only person speaking Bosnian. So for him, it was imaginary language. Until we started going back home, he made friends who speak his language. So if the students don't see the benefit, even if it's their heritage language, they will not want to learn it. Reduced engagement. If students don't understand, they will disconnect, right? But we are here to help them. I'll show you how. Mass comprehension. You can be talking about something, I don't understand it, let's say in English, but if you explain to me or you allow me the resources to access the knowledge in my own language, there is a chance I know a lot about it. Maybe I know everything about the rockets in my own language, but I cannot express it in English. Okay? And uneven academic progress. When we have testing, we test them usually in English, right? So what are we actually testing? The knowledge or the comprehension of English? The output. So we have to rethink our assessments as well. Now we come to the term translanguaging. I don't know how familiar you are. Have you heard of translanguaging before? Yes. So what is translanguaging? Yeah, definition is here. Translanguaging is not chaos, okay? When I mention to teachers translanguaging, they're like, they step back, they're like, Janita, how do I do it? I don't speak 5, 6, or 7 languages they're having in the classroom. I said, that's fine, you don't need to. You just help them with their heritage languages. There are so many apps now that can help you. Online dictionaries. So the students can think in their own language, write a map, a short answer, and then it's going to help them to produce the outcome in English. So what are the benefits? The cognitive ones, it supports thinking. If I can think in my own language first, It will help me to produce better output in English. It's not diluting the instructions in English. Pedagogical, it improves access to curriculum and instruction. That's very rigorous in the UAE. And it's identity affirming. It validates learners' languages and experiences. They feel accepted and the learning goes up. Now, what is our realistic challenge? We have multilingual classrooms. Students think in one language, but they're assessed in another. Home languages are present, but invisible. How come? They carry them within themselves, but I cannot hear it in the classrooms, right? And identity and comprehension are unintentionally disconnected. So translanguaging is a shift in practice, what you do in your classrooms. It's not a shift in policy, okay? So you're not doing anything wrong if you're doing translanguaging, because in the policy, we will talk about it later, it doesn't say do not do translanguaging. The policy actually promotes multilingualism and cultural identities of everyone, especially Arabic language. So English remains the language of instruction, and Arabic would remain a pillar of identity, okay? So home languages would become bridges, any other languages, including Arabic, not replacement. Because when students have a strong base in their first language, they have better chance in advancing in second language. So we said it's not a chaos. Let's see how it actually looks like. In the beginning, most teachers that I worked with were not confident when I spoke about it. But once when they tried, they told me the outcomes. So using home language to clarify complex concepts. I used to have an Iranian student. He came to my school maybe 5 years ago, and he said, me no English. And they sent him directly to me. They're like, Janita will sort it. He was very smart, and he was a bit older. So he was sent to my classroom, and we used any available resources. I would explain to him what it is. We would translate it, and then he would show me he knows that, and we were working on how we're going to translate it to English. So he had the knowledge, but he couldn't express it in another language. So they can think, write in one language and express understanding in another. So if I have a group of Arabic speakers, you're not very good in English, please, brainstorming. Okay, what do we think about this? And then you're also going to help the student who's really, really low to have the ideas and help him to express himself in English or any other language that might be. Multimodal portfolios, you can record them like the voice, visuals, writing. So we're using all the resources to ease academics. Why it works? Stronger comprehension and transfer of learning. If they understand it, let's say in their mother tongue, they will understand it better in English. We will just add academic language. If they do understand, there is increased engagement and belonging, which is very, very important, and better access to rigorous curriculum. I will have to fly. We still have time? Yeah. Okay. We spoke briefly about translanguaging. This was supposed to be a workshop. Now, dual coding. Okay. So if we just have the word and I don't understand what is this, no matter which, Shams. So if I tell you Shams and I show you the sun, I would connect it to my language and I would know this is Shams. If there is an example in Spanish, what is this? It's a cat. So I will connect it with a picture. So dual coding, or in Russian book would be kniga. So when we show them the picture and the word, it's easier for them to process and memorize. It eases the cognitive load, because if you just give me, okay, who can read this? It's in Cyrillics, okay? I can because I learned it. So dual coding is very important, and here are some examples that you can make with apps. If anybody wants to have a look, it will be here. I will keep it here. So we have a picture, we have word in Arabic, and we have a word in English for better understanding. And it also helps them when they're writing their answers, give them in their home language, whichever it might be, so they can easier use. Because we often mistake students' level of one language because we say, oh, they can speak. Yeah, but do they know academic language? And when students are learning only academic language in English, what happens to academic language in Arabic? What happens to academic language in their home mother tongue? One of the activities that is suggested by research is bilingual storytelling. So it's the same concept. Now the books are very popular. I saw them from Majlis Academy, I believe, in Arabic and English. So the teacher is reading in Arabic and they're reading in English. It's also very important to expose your students to different languages, to different scripts, so they are aware about others, to be open-minded. So stories told across languages support comprehension, identity, and connection. When you go back to your schools, check in your libraries. Do you have multilingual reading materials, or is just monolingual? Ask students to bring from their own language. Sorry?
We still have 5 minutes if you want the questions.
Okay, let me just go quickly through this and then we'll open for the questions. Another suggestion, to map your students, to have identity maps. Which languages students speak, how they feel, what are their experiences, because identities are very fluid. Home language portfolios, to work with the parents together if they want to work on preserving their heritage languages. And you can tell them, today we were working on nouns. Can you please do this in your home language, so they can have their full portfolio. And very important, what we spoke about in the beginning, alignment with UAE Vision. So UAE Vision 2031 and Arabic Language Charter, they both say preservance of national identity, of home languages, whichever they might be, and that they want inclusive, globally competent learners. And this is the list, some of the things that you can implement from the next week. So if you want to take a photo of this. Okay. QR code. Can you just come here for? And we will have the QR code for the session.
You can keep going. It's on the slides.
Okay. So why preserving languages is very important? It's not sentimental, it's strategic. We want our students to feel belonging. We want our students to express themselves, and it's about growing futures. And this is the quote: the future belongs to those who can imagine it, design it, and execute it. And we have to think, how can we do the best for our students? Okay, thank you. I had to fly. If you have any questions, I think we might have, Ms. Dodd, time for one question.
You still have actually 3 minutes, so you can have 3 questions.
Okay.
Each question for 1 minute.
Yes.
It's not a question, it's just I'm going to talk about what you have present today.
Okay,
I
Dr.
do agree
Yusuf.
actually with that, because I had a situation at Harif University. Most of our students came from Ministry of Education system, which was in Arabic.
Okay.
And the language of instruction is English. They have the math ability, but they cannot understand the concepts. So what I tried that time to connect Arabic concepts in English and give them
Yes.
some, photos for this. Within 2 months, actually, when tried to clarify in the class, in the lecture, they got the concept very quickly. As we agree, I give them coding, connect the language of instruction and the language of the identity, which was actually wonderful.
And then there's engagement. I don't know, is there anybody here from Zayed University? At Zayed University, there were amazing professors who done actually research, and they tried translanguaging, and they spoke about what the benefits are of translanguaging and how their students felt. So whatever we can do to provide our students, we will see academic achievement will go up. So if you implement translanguaging strategies, dual coding, make sure that they feel welcomed and affirmed, that they can be themselves, they will be engaged, they will explore, and then your academic results and engagement will go up. Anyone else?
It's a long question, so please feel free to skip it for now. But I was just wondering about, this is great, right? Because there was a period of time when we have third culture kids who don't speak their home language very well because they've grown up all over the place, but they want to introduce it. And the difference between the academic language and the spoken language. So they're not strong in their home language, therefore they're not able to pass it on. And what happens is they're not strong in any language, right? If you don't have a base with your home language, we have a generation, which I think I might be one of them, is I don't read, I'm originally from Egypt, but I learned to read and write Arabic very, very late. I can speak it.
Okay.
Therefore now I can't teach it to my kids when they were living in Canada or living elsewhere. I can't read the alphabet properly. Do you know what I mean? I don't know the phonics behind it.
Okay.
What happens now? Like, how does this...
This is a very good question because research is talking about additive bilingualism when one language adds another, and subtractive when one language pushes another one away, which happened in the case of my son, and he cannot really understand and comprehend. But if you do translanguaging, for example, his first language now, it's English, I can help him to get concepts in Bosnian. So you're doing it in reverse. So we will do that for Arabic, for you and me. I would really love to thank you all and the organizers for having me here. If at least one of you does any of these things for your students, then my session was a success. Please think of your students. And of course, we can always meet outside because there's somebody else coming in and we have to be respectful, and we can continue conversation outside. Thank you very much.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. This is Dr. Nawal, an assistant professor at Amity University, Dubai. So today's session is going to be about a class for companion on integrating AI or technology in our classrooms. So the title is From Grades to Growth, Transforming Learning with Instant AI Feedback Using Class Companion. So before we start, do we have any educators here? Oh, all. Good, so great. Perfect. So we can use this one actually in your classes. So have you heard about this AI tool, guys? Yeah. Do you use it? Yes. So perfect. Okay. Now, why grade, or let's answer about this question. Why grades are not enough?
Today's generation skills are given more important. Skills.
Yeah, so it's focusing, or we need to focus. Do you mean more? Okay.
Skills.
Then, so it's related with the grades.
Yeah. No, more than grade skills are more preferred.
Skills and, yeah, perfect. Actually, your answers. Do you have another answers, guys?
It doesn't show the student real skills or real intelligence. It just shows the student they are memorizing and having a high grade. But the one who's really smart or the one who really need to show their skills, the grades will not help them with that. They need
Yes.
something different.
Perfect. So for decades, actually, the grades were or have been our primary language in assessments. And the grades tell us where the students end, or where the student, what the students achieve, but they didn't tell us what the students achieve or how, or what they have, how they grow. And this one, as I said, it's a part of integrating the technology in our classrooms. For this one, as I said, most of you also mentioned that you are using already Class Companion. So Class Companion, at this session, it's going to be practical more than theoretical. Because the first one, so we need to explain what is Class Companion, how we use it, and the second part, we need to start using Class Companion. So Class Companion, it's an AI-powered assessment tool. So we used actually before some assessment tools like quizzes, Quizlet, Google Forms. Now, what's the difference between those assessment tools and Class Companion?
Specific feedback.
Bravo. So this one, or this is the only difference between these assessment tools. Let's take an example, Google Forms. In Google Forms, for example, if we selected the multiple choices form, it's gonna give the final or the result at the end. Yes. If we are always also gonna be the controlling of the settings. If the questions are required short or long answers, so we have, or the student has to wait for long times, maybe hours or days, to get the result. But here for Class Companion gives an immediate or support learning during the learning process itself. For example, in each question, he can discuss or he can give feedback, and the student also can use that feedback or the guiding to revise, to reflect, and also to improve his answers. So this is also how we use it, or this one for the benefit for the student, or why it's useful for the students. AI provides immediate, personalized, let's focus on the personalized responses that guide students during learning. So the students, for example, in a class of 40 students, so we have 40 minds, 40 different answers. When the students submitted their answers, the Class Companion gonna tailor the feedback to each student's level. So this is the most important thing in Class Companion. We need also to mention one more thing here. Class Companion is, or we can use it as a formative tool, not a summative tool, because we need it actually to discuss or to to let the students improve their level, not to assess actually their understanding. And about the teachers, do you think AI or the technology tools can replace us? No. So the technology or the educational tools are built to support the educators, not to replace them. So we will remain always the responsible for tasks and also the learning objectives and also the final evaluation for students. This one about the teachers, so our rule here. One more thing, we need to, why this one, our class companion is good for educators, because it has, or it gives an oversights and also authenticity for to check the students' answers. How we find this? We can find, for example, if the student copied and pasted the answer, we can find a red flag there, so we can know each one exactly the student pasted the answer. This one, the process, how class companion work, or how class companion analyze the student understanding of student answer, and how it give also the continuous, or supporting the continuous learning and improvement. So we use it. Actually, I'm teaching UAE studies and Islamic culture. So this one, it's really very helpful for me, because we are using short answers, long answers. We can also put MCQs. You can add or include some books or some chapters, anything, PowerPoints, etc. in this class, in your assessment, and also generate the task for the students. We can use it, it's more working also for the short essays, like writing tasks, and also summarize or arguments. We have also concept explanation, and it's also going, as I said before, it's for formative checkpoints. Now the practical application, as I said, this one, or this lecture has two parts. The first one, the theoretical, we need to understand what is class companion, and the second one, we need to implement class companion in our classes. I'm gonna share the QR, so please try to scan this QR, and so this QR will lead you to the class companion. Try to open or sign in. You can use actually Google, your Google account. If you are a parent, you can use it actually if you want also to teach your kids some specific subjects. And so you can design the tasks, and also you can control your son in his, or your kids in the process. Have you opened it? Okay.
Showing an error.
Error. Okay.
After cutting.
Actually, I'm using it. Okay, so try, guys, from Google, just type class companion, maybe it's gonna work. Yeah. Yes, please. Actually, this one is taking you to create your class. And if you want to join as a student, this is what you will find. So the professor or the educator should share the QR or the class link. You can create different classes, as I did here. I already mentioned that I have two courses, Islamic culture and UAE studies. And you can also, why it's again the benefits of this site, it's helping you to check which students are already in the tasks and the other or not, because it showed there. This is how you find the site as a student, guys. And as a teacher, please try to just type class companion, because I think most of you said that this one or doesn't work. Yeah, sign in with Google. Google, yeah. I'm using this code. If you want to log in as a student, just to, as an educator.
When I look as a Google, give me this.
Okay. No, I don't know why. Okay, just type like.
Okay, so let me just go step by step. All right. And then I will go and I just
Yes.
connect with Google. And I will connect with Google.
Okay.
Uh,
Oh, why?
شوفي الشبكة لازم توصل لك هنا اوكي لكن هو ضعيف لازم نعمل شبكة عالية بس بعد ما يجي معاكي لازم نعمل الاسم ورقم التليفون وبعدين نفعل مع الطوال.
Error?
Yeah.
For all? Did you open it?
Yeah, it's I searched on Google and
Okay, it's working for one.
try an assignment.
Yes,
and
you
try
can.
assignments.
Only this
Bravo.
is coming, yeah. Not what you showed, that is not coming.
Okay, so
That is the
sign up.
account of who?
And it's a free. Oh,
Sign up for free or join code.
it's a free site, so you can.
Actually, this QR code is taking us directly to the sign-in page. We go to sign up, then we can actually enter. There is an option for sign up.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so when you sign up, just choose an educator profile. Yeah.
Go to Google Gmail account and then we
Yes. So please, guys, try this way. Sign up with. Yeah. As what? Yes, as a teacher.
5
Because if you are a student, you join as a student, the teacher should share the class code. Yeah. Did you open it, guys? Does it work with you? Because it takes only a few minutes for this session. Done?
It's what school do you teach at?
Okay, you can also write your school.
Add our school.
It.
We have to add our school.
No.
Because I can't find my school. And even the standards I cannot find. I know that.
You can log in as a freestyle. It doesn't actually ask for that one. When I opened it for first time, because I'm using it since 2 years now, for my first year, they didn't ask for these questions. So just you need to sign up with Google. This is.
Just enter Abu Dhabi.
Yes, show me. Okay, I thought you had about, yeah. Did you open it? Okay, so please, we don't have enough time to explain it more. So if you face anything, you can contact me. And also you can use this QR for session evaluation. Thank you.
What exactly do we use this for?
Which one?
What is the purpose of this class?
It's an AI-powered assessment tool. It's helping you, yes. It's helping for formative assessments.
عشان اديك رساله بطريقه اوضح طوالي ما حلو
Any questions?
That's why.
Show me.
Is this an LMS?
Actually, you can use it not LMS because for learning management system we can use it to put, for example, or to upload the marks. This one just for subjects, for assessments.
Because I open it, and then there's a tutor, right? That you can ask.
Yeah, yeah.
And then if you have assignment, you can ask. And then it says turn in. Is it like a Google Classroom?
It's not actually like a Google Classroom exactly, but there are some differences. This one
The
just
difference
for
is there's a tutor.
yeah. For example, the other one you can actually we can same, but it's different. You can upload in Google Classroom the study material, and also you can assign the activities. For this one, it's you can include the PowerPoint or the book or anything you want or any material you want in the task itself.
Because the tutor Dito is telling me that your teacher will see what you are asking here. It's interactive, right?
Yeah, we will see everything. As I told you, if even the student when copy and pasted the information, everything gonna you're gonna see everything. And also there is a red flag there. Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Do we get so
For this session today, we're going to talk about unlocking the impact of professional learning communities, or PLCs. So I'm going to give in Sanjeet just a second, I think, to make sure everything's good. Okay, awesome. And I'm going to start my timer, so I will remember. There we go. Okay. So, there we go. So first of all, I just want you to take a few seconds and think to yourself, what do you envision when you hear professional learning community?
Together development. Together development.
Together, oh, okay. Together develop, oh, I like that. That's good.
A group of professionals who are willing to relearn, de-learn, and further learn.
Oh, that's so good. Relearn and de-learn. That's actually very important, isn't it? Because we've learned some things maybe along the way that weren't exactly right or best for our students at this time. Well, thank you so much. Okay, one more.
We can sharing the best practice inside the class.
Exactly. Our best ideas, the things that are working for us, right, in our classrooms, and sharing that with each other because we're all experts. Exactly. Well, I have a little thing to share with you. There's a man named Jerry Brooks. I don't know if you've ever seen any of his things, but he's a funny guy, and he talks about all things about teachers. So he has some ideas on PLCs. Let's see what he has to say. If it'll play. Let's see. Oh, no. Oh, it's not going to play the video. Oh, okay, look it up later. It's funny. He has some funny ideas about PLCs that we kind of all maybe have experienced before.
Maybe we can make it happen.
Oh, maybe. I'm not sure. It looks like maybe the video part didn't load.
Is it video?
I guess the link didn't actually load with it. That's okay. Oh, it is in the notes, if you can go pull up the notes. Ah, there it is. That's the link. Maybe.
These are meetings where teachers gather together to discuss very important educational things, such as data and progressing among the standards. There are two types of agendas that go along with PLCs in education today. The first is if your administrator is present. If your administrator is present at your PLC, the first 10 minutes is spent talking about best practices and what's been going on in education today. We use words like fidelity and differentiation. The next 20 minutes, we lay out a bunch of data from an assessment that we have given, and it is color coordinated, red, yellow, green, and blue. And we discuss how we can move students who are struggling in red to yellow and yellow to green, and we can make our green students blue because we all want blue students. Then we talk about what we're going to do to move our students along the standards so that when we have the next assessment, we've got more greens and blues and less reds and yellows. Then we decide who's going to type up the minutes and email them to the principal, even though the principal's sitting right there in the room. Now, if your administrator is not present for a PLC, the agenda is a little different. The first 10 minutes is spent talking about things that are very important in our lives, like what we would have done if we had won $1.5 billion. We use words like Downton Abbey and Kardashian. The next 10 minutes is spent talking about the things the principal has been doing that's been getting on our nerves. Then we lay out our data, and we look at all of our red and yellow students, and we take about 15 minutes to talk about why the grade level below us sent us so many students that were red and yellow, and what they can do to make sure that doesn't happen next year. Then we take about 10 minutes to discuss who it is that's going to type up the minutes of our meeting, and we end up rock, paper, scissoring to decide on that person. And then the last 5 minutes of the meeting is used to discuss what we're going to do this weekend and whether anybody has any good buy one, get one free coupons to Applebee's. That's what PLCs are like in the educational system today.
So maybe we experienced both of those at times, right? Thank you so much. I think the point of his video is it's a great time to meet, and we could do so much, sharing best practices, learning, de-learning. However, sometimes it degrades into talking about, complaining about the principal, talking about what the grade level below us didn't do right, and what we're gonna do this weekend. So we want to talk about some better ways to use our PLC time that make it effective for our students and for us. So we're going to talk about the big ideas of PLCs. So Richard DeFore is a great educator who's really taught us a lot about professional learning communities. He defines a PLC not as a program, but as a way of operating, where educators work on ongoing cycles of inquiry and action to improve student learning. And we're going to dig into a little bit more about how to do PLC right rather than PLC light, which is maybe what Jerry Brooks was talking about. And there are three big ideas that DeFore focused on. The first one is a focus on learning, not simply teaching. So we want to focus on, rather than what we taught, what the students actually learned. And then the second one is a culture of collaboration where we're all working together. And already everyone who shared an idea earlier talked about collaboration in some way, right, in our groups. That we are all experts together, we're working together and learning from each other. And then lastly, we want to focus on the results of what our students are doing, rather than just, again, it kind of goes back to focus on learning. Instead of focusing on what we're teaching, we want to focus on what their results are and what the data is showing us. All right, so we're gonna, as I said, talk a little bit more about PLC light versus PLC right. And this is all coming from Anthony Muhammad's book, The Way Forward. So first of all, as we're going through this, I'd like you to think about your current reality. Do any of you have PLCs currently at your school? Okay, so some of us do. So if you do, or if you just have maybe some other type of meeting, department meeting, something like that, think about how your meetings are comparing to this reality. So with PLC Lite, it's very polite, it's busy, and it's very comfortable. That's because we meet regularly, we follow an agenda, we talk about lessons and share ideas, and we review data. For PLC Right, it's more purposeful, it's focused, and we actually challenge each other in those meetings. We set clear common goals, we focus on student learning outcomes, we analyze common assessments, and we plan responses to learning needs. And we work as a collaborative team. So PLC Light is not wrong, it's just incomplete. A lot of times we see a lot of activity, but not necessarily impact on our students or on our classrooms. Whereas with PLC Right, we still see activity, but we have improved learning outcomes, and that's the ultimate goal for all of our PLC, for everything we do as teachers, right? PLC Light often looks productive on the surface. Meetings are scheduled, agendas are followed, and people are doing their best. But the conversation stays at the level of just sharing information rather than really solving problems, solving what our students need. Whereas with PLC Right, it feels different because the work is anchored in shared responsibility. We're not just talking about what I did in my classroom for my students. Whoops. We are talking about, oh, okay. There we go. I've run out of time on this slide. We're talking about what we are going to do as a group, as teachers for, if it's 7th grade math, as all the 7th grade teachers, what we're going to do for all of our students collectively. So that's a big difference with those two. PLC Lite is not a failure in effort. It's a failure in clarity, expectation, or follow through. And those are all leadership levers. So most schools don't choose PLC Lite. It just comes about when clarity, evidence, or action are missing. So let's talk a little bit about leadership roles in this, in PLCs, because it's a teacher, sort of a teacher-led, teacher group, right? But leadership's very important in this. And they always establish structure and norms. They need to work to protect and prioritize PLC time, and also train the PLC leaders appropriately to guide teachers in this group. They also recommit to purpose. PLCs exist to improve student learning, not just to meet, not just to have a nice meeting with all of us. Reset expectations and strengthen follow through. Okay. So we always do our PLCs are guided by 4 critical questions that talk about the target, the evidence, and the actions. So for targets, we want to discover our learning targets together and unpack the standards. So to do that, we use this question: what do we want students to learn? And these are the 4 questions we always ask ourselves in every PLC. What do we want our students to learn? Then we have to look at the evidence. So how are we going to measure if they learned what we want them to learn? And the question we ask for that is, how will we know if they have learned? And then lastly, we move into actions. This is where we talk about intervention or extension, depending on what level of mastery our students have achieved. Those are the questions we ask ourselves. What will we do if they haven't learned it yet? Or what will we do if they already know it? Both are important. So we're digging a little bit more to each of these questions. So for the targets and the learning standards, we want to know what should each student know and be able to do as a result of each unit, grade level, and or course. We want to consider where the students are now and what scaffolding or enrichment will be necessary to acquire and extend beyond grade level knowledge skills. And that's what helps us identify the essential standards and outcomes. It also helps us pace those outcomes, right, throughout the quarter. Then we want to move into formative and summative assessments. This is how we know if our students have learned what we wanted them to learn. That is our evidence for learning. And common assessments are critical for this part of the process. Teams develop formative assessments as students are learning and for their learning. These determine a student's knowledge and skills, including any gaps, and they inform our instruction. And then we also have a shared benchmark summative assessment, and that's an assessment of their learning. And this just tells us the mastery level of our students. And then we move into the action part. So answering these 2 questions helps us differentiate our learning for our different tiers of students. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the cycle of improvement for PLCs. So this is the cycle we want to go through for our PLCs. So it is 4 parts. Focus would be the first part of our PLC cycle. This is where we analyze upcoming course maps and standards to identify essential learning goals and establish how to assess student learning. And I know we're getting a little close here, so yeah, I'm gonna push through a little bit. We discuss our strategies and scaffolds so we can teach, practice, and support the acquisition of learning goals. Then we want to implement this plan that we created in the focus and implement those scaffolds. Then we're going to move to assess and reflect, where we assess student data and work samples so we can determine their mastery levels, and reflect on planning and application. Then we can create a reteach and targeted intervention plans. And lastly, well, almost lastly, we're going to respond. So we adjust our planning, our instruction, our reteach efforts, our intervention efforts according to what we found with our data. And then full circle, we celebrate what went right. We think about what we might want to change, and we then change our focus to the new learning targets for the next unit, whatever it is. All right. And we always use our 4 questions here to guide us through the process. And the role of leaders, we'll see how quickly we can get through this. The role of leaders with the big ideas is very important. So with focusing on learning, leaders want to make sure that they have clear shared learning outcomes, that there's an equitable shared lesson approach, and collective responsibility for all students' learnings, not just the ones that we have in our classroom. And then the big idea number 2, culture of collaboration. They want to be sure and promote shared analysis of student work and data, team-based problem solving, and collective planning, assessment, and reflection. And then, lastly, we want to make sure that they reinforce asking those 4 questions. I'm sorry, my slide, this got messed up in it. They also, in focusing on results, you want to make sure that they facilitate data analysis to adjust instruction, provide timely intervention and enrichment, and evaluate the impact of adult actions, not just student deficits. Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, and we did it. So if you would like more information about PLCs or any other types of training, the company I work for, EduLink Plus, does offer that, and I have some cards with me. If anybody would like to get in touch, you are welcome to take that. And this is to evaluate the session. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. And if you
I want to encourage you, if you want to ask Dr. Fadil later on, to do so in the halls, because actually now we have another session here, so I'm so sorry.
No
you
problem.
have only 5 minutes shifting, but you can always finish the evaluation.
I'm around.
And thank
yes.
you so much. But she's around and
نعم. ما في مشكلة. طيب، بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله حمدا كثيرا طيبا مباركا، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين، أما بعد. أسعد الله أوقاتكم بكل الخير. لقانا في هذه الدقائق المعدودة هو فك رموز فهم المقروء. لماذا نقول فك الرموز؟ أنا أريد أن أعيد النظر مرة أخرى كيف ننظر إلى القارئ. لقاء اليوم مزجت به بين الذكاء الاصطناعي كمساعد للعرض وبين اللغة. دائما ما كنا نفكر كيف نهندس القارئ، ولماذا القارئ؟ هل هو متعلق باللغة العربية؟ الإجابة القطعية لا. القراءة الوعاء الذي تتكون به شخصيات الطلبة ليبدعوا في مختلف التخصصات. ولذلك دائما ما أسأل نفسي أقول لماذا القراءة بالرغم من التركيز عليها إلا أنها تعاني الكثير من الإشكاليات؟ ألا تحتاج إلى إعادة برمجة، إعادة هندسة، نظرة مختلفة، ثم تحديد لماذا تحدث هذه الإشكاليات؟ وجدت من خلال الخبرة والبحث الطويل في المجال أن هناك مجموعة من الأسس متعلقة في القراءة هي التي تؤثر فيها. عندما نتكلم عن المتغيرات المختلفة، أولها كيف يبدأ الطفل بتعلم اللغة، هذه أخطر نقطة. ثم كيف يتفاعل معها على المستوى النفسي، ما العوامل النفسية والعاطفية التي تدخل في التعلم وتتؤثر فيه إلى وقت طويل جدا. ثم هناك خيط قدمته في غير محاضرة وغير مؤتمر، هو علم أعصاب الدماغ Cognitive Neuroscience، وعلاقة بناء القراءة في الدماغ. لذلك القاعدة أنه لا بد من فك الرموز، التهجئة، تعرف الأصوات، ثم نضربها بفهم المقروء. هذه المعادلة كثير من الدارسين عندما ينظرون إلى القراءة يقول لك هو فك الرموز أو التهجئة زائد فهم المقروء تؤدي إلى عملية القراءة. والحقيقة أنه الأمر هو عبارة عن عملية ضرب. لماذا أقول عملية ضرب؟ لأنه أنا أريد أن أبدأ عملية التهجئة، قدرتي على تحويل المقروء إلى أصوات منطوقة وأفهمها. طيب إذا كانت هذه عملية ضرب، ماذا يعني ذلك؟ بكل بساطة إذا لم تكتمل كلتا الجهتين للمعادلة يأتي الناتج صفر. إذا لم يكن هناك فهم مقروء حتى لو تهجأته، فأي شيء تضربه بالصفر، وأهل الرياضيات دخلوا معنا، أي شيء تضربه في صفر يعطيك صفر. إذن هو ليس زائد. إذا كانت هذه قيمتها 2 زائد صفر يعطينا 2. الحقيقة لا يوجد قراءة بدون فهم. طب أيوجد فهم بدون فك تشفير أو نسميها التهجئة أو المعرفة؟ هذه القاعدة يجب أن نفكر فيها. طيب، أين تكمن المشكلة؟ تكمن في فهم المقروء أن تكمن في التهجئة أو تعرف الأصوات أو تعرف المفردات. الفكرة أن الإشكالية تبدأ هنا ثم تنعكس هنا. سأتحدث باستفاضة، أنا تركض الدقائق وأركض وراءها، لكن أحاول أن أجمل الموضوع. هذا حبل نراه في كل مكان. ما الذي، فكروا فيها، هذا وحده ضعيف وهذا ضعيف وهذا ضعيف، ما الذي يبني هذه السلسلة القوية؟ تمتنها مع بعضها البعض. وأتوقف هنا ثم أعطيكم الإشكالية التي تؤرقني. يدخل الطفل إلى الصف الأول أو الحضانة الأولى، ثم في اليوم الأول أو الثاني أو الأسبوع الأول أو الثاني على الأكثر نجده قد خط أول حرف، أليس كذلك؟ يفرح الأب وتفرح الأم وتفرح المعلمة والكل بأنه كتب حرف الألف. صح ولا لا؟ طيب، هل هو صحيح أم لا؟ هنا كما يقال مربط الفرس. هذه من أخطر السلوكات على البناء اللغوي في ذهن الطفل. الطفل عندما يتعلم اللغة يجب في البداية أن لا يتعرض للشكل المكتوب، أن لا يرى الشكل المكتوب قراءة. ولذلك دائما ما نقول بأن هناك وعي صوتي نسمع كثيرا. ما هو الوعي الصوتي؟ حرف الألف اسمه ألف ويلفظ حرف الباء. لكن أين تحدث المشكلة؟ عندما نعرفه بالصوت ونربطه بالشكل، وهذا أخطر ما يكون. إذن لماذا خطير؟
أستاذ سامحني على المقاطعة، إذا لم تكن المدرسة قد عملت هذا هو تعرض له من خلال الفيديوهات والأناشيد
بغض النظر. أما إحنا كمؤسسة تعليمية لا يجب أن نمنهج التعليم. لماذا أنا أخبركم بذلك؟ اللغة، أو ليست فقط اللغة، أي شيء في الحياة دائما اسأل نفسك هل هو هكذا يحدث في الحقيقة؟ يعني عندما نعلمه الكتابة، هل الكتاب في الحياة يكتبون بهذه الطريقة؟ إذا كان لا، فيجب أن تعيد النظر. يعني مثال بسيط، الكاتب في الحياة يأخذ شهر أو شهرين أو سنة أو سنتين في كتابة المخطوط، هل الطالب يأخذ نفس الفترة ليتعلم الكتابة؟ إذن هنا خطأ. طيب نعكسها على القراءة، هل الطفل إذا تركناه في الحياة كيف يكتسب اللغة؟ يسمعها مدى طويلا ثم يبدأ بتعرفها الكتابة. ولذلك الحضارة الإنسانية بدأت صوتية ثم انتقلت للكتابة في فترة متأخرة من 6000 سنة فقط.
اكتساب اللغة يبدأ بالاستماع.
إذن
بدليل إنه كثير من الناس يتحدث اللغة دون أن تعرف فكر رموز، لا يقرأها ولا يكتبها.
بالضبط. إذن هنا يجب أن يعي الطفل كل الحروف صوتيا قبل أن يراها، ثم يبدأ بتعرف المقاطع في ذهنه، لأن الدماغ يركب عبارة عن ليجو، يضعها في الدماغ يركب اللغة. ولذلك نجد أن من يتعرض إلى اللغة سماعيا يتقنها ويعرف الأخطاء. لذلك عندكم حس لغوي، عندما يخطئ واحد لو أنا قلت قال المعلمين تقول هناك شيء ما، لأن البناء اللغوي ترسخ في ذهنك. ولذلك أنا أقول يجب أن نبدأ بالوعي الصوتي فترة كافية ليتشرب الطفل ويستخدم اللغة ويمارسها، ثم يتعرف على أشكالها، لأن الشكل اللغوي يخزن في الدماغ في منطقة والصوت يخزن في منطقة أخرى. هذا الإرباك. إذا وصلنا إلى هذه الفكرة نستطيع بعدها أن نفهم النص الذي نستمع إليه أو نقرأه بالشكل الأساسي. مع سقوط أي واحدة من هذه العقد الحبلية يضعف الحبل النهائي. ممكن بس الأسئلة نتركها في النهاية، فقط أنا أريد يعني أن أطور. فنحن هنا عندنا مرحلة ما قبل الأبجدية نتعرف فيها على الرموز البصرية في الحياة كما ذكرتي. إن لم يتعرض له في المدرسة يتعرض له في الحياة، صحيح، لكن ليس تعليما منهجا. بعد أن يتعرف إلى أصواتها ويتعرف مقاطعها الصوتية نصل إلى مرحلة الربط. هلأ هذا هدفه هنا نصل إلى أن أي كلمة نسمعها أو نراها نستطيع أن نقسمها مرة أخرى إلى وحداتها الأساسية. لماذا؟ لأنه بدأ بالتعرف الفونيمي، تعرف الوعي الصوتي، ثم بدأ باستخدامها. ولذلك ما أفضل طريقة لتعلم اللغة؟ أفضل طريقة التقليد. لذلك إذا أردت أن تكون خطيبا قلد الخطباء، إذا أردت أن تكون شاعرا ابدأ بتقليد هذا الشعر بهذه الطريقة. هذه الفكرة تسمى الترميز الصوتي. الترميز الصوتي باختصار، جاء رجل إلى أبي تمام، تعرفون الشاعر الفيلسوف، قال له علمني الشعر، قال له احفظ 10,000 بيت. قال له أنا أريد منك أن تعلمني، قال احفظها. فلما حفظها ماذا قال له؟ قال له لا علمني، قال له لا اذهب فانسها. طب أنا حفظتها على مدار 2 قال اذهب فانسها، فإذا نسيتها، وهذا أخذ معه وقت أن لا يراجع، وأن تعرفون أن الحفظ يتفلت، فعندما نساها قال اذهب فأنت شاعر. ما الذي علمه في تلك السنوات الغابرة؟ علمه كيف تكتسب اللغة في حقيقتها، أي أنك لا بد أن تسمع وتخزن في دماغك مفردات جديدة وأوصاف جديدة وصور فنية جديدة، تخزنها كلها، ثم إذا نسيت تركيبها الأصلي وتريد أن تنسج معرفة لدى دماغك، ستستحضر مفردة من هنا وصورة فنية من هنا وعبارة من هنا، فتنتج ما هو خاص بك أنت. ولذلك يقول أحد الفلاسفة قال: كل شيء قد قيل. هذه عبارة خطيرة جدا، يعني أي محاضرة ستحضرها، أي كتاب ستقرأه، قد قيل من قبل. لكن أين الجودة؟ في قدرتنا على نسج صورة من المكونات الحقيقية. هذا الترميز الصوتي، هل نستطيع أن نساعد أبناءنا في الصفوف، خصوصا الصفوف الأولى، على أن يتعرفوا الصوت؟ يعني مثلا أعطيكم مثال من اللغة الإنجليزية. الطفل الذي يتعلم اللغة الإنجليزية يعني من أهلها، من متحدثيها الأصليين، يفرق لك بين البي والبي، مع أنك لا ترى كثيرا هذا الفرق إلا إذا ركزت عليه. طيب لماذا هو يسمعه؟ لأنه أخذها نقية. ولذلك الترميز الصوتي هو من أهم الخطوات، أن يسمع الطفل الحرف، ثم يسمعه في مقطع، ثم يسمعه في كلمة. لكن هذه تحدث في المدارس، لكن ما الذي لا يحدث؟ المحاكاة. هل نستطيع أن نقول للطفل بعد أن سمع وتعرف وفهم الصوت، أنا أقول الصوت في الكلمة، هل تستطيع أن تقول له: ائتي لي بمتشابه لها من خبرتك؟ هذا يسمى الثراء اللغوي. أعطيكم مثال أكيد يعني مر علينا جميعا. لو قلت لكم أعطوني كلمة بحرف الألف، كم خطر في باله أرنب؟ طيب كم لو قلت أعطوني كلمة تبدأ بحرف الأي، كم منكم خطر في باله أبل؟ بالضبط. هذا عكس الثراء اللغوي. أنتم اليوم أطفالي في غرفة الصفي، بدل أن أقول لك ألف أرنب أو أقول لك أي أبل، بكل بساطة أقول هو حرف الأ. أنا من بيتي رأيت شيئا يبدأ بحرف الأ، هو كذا. الآن خذوا دقيقة وابحثوا في بيوتكم وأخبروني شيء يبدأ بنفس الصوت. من 20 طالب سيخرج على الأقل أكثر من 10 يأتوا بكلمات مختلفة. بماذا رجع إلى بيته الطالب؟ بثراء جديد. لكن هنا ما الذي حدث في ذهن الطفل؟ وضع هذا الصوت وبدأ يبحث عن حياته، ما الذي يشبه هذه الأصوات. هذا الفرق بين التنميط ألف أرنب، وبين الثراء اللغوي، أن تتركه يحاكي ما قلت لكن من معرفته السابقة. ولذلك يعني تثبيت المفردات عند الصفوف الأولى تبدأ من قدرته على أمرين، وهما يعني مدخلان مهمان. أول شيء قدرته على التمييز الصوتي، يعني يسمع السين مختلفة عن الصاد. ثم عندما تقدم له اللغة يجب أن يراك كيف تحرك فمك بالصوت. ولذلك ما مشكلتنا؟ من يستطيع يعني لغتنا ما اسمها؟ لغته
الضاد.
هي ليست لغة الضاد. هي هذه بالضبط. ولذلك لماذا كلنا نقول هي لغة الضاد؟ لأنه حرف فريد لكن الحرف موجود. هي لغة الضاد. ضاد الحبسة اللغوية، يعني يجب أن تشعر بالهواء يملأ فمك. هي لغة الضاد. ولذلك نقول فيه حتى عندما نقرأ نقول ولا الضالين، لا يوجد في القرآن ولا الضالين، هو ولا الضالين. لماذا؟ أنا أريد منه أن يسمع الصوت فيعيه فقط سماعا، ثم ينتقل إلى رؤية كيف تقولها، أرني لأستمع، كيف أحبس الصوت، كيف أخرجه، مخارج الحروف من أماكنها. ثم قالوا بعد أن يتعرف إلى هذه الجزئية يذهب إلى منطقة الدمغة أو الصمغ أو الإلصاق، وهو أن يرى الآن الحرف مع الصوت. ولذلك كبرنا وبعضنا يقول لا يزال يقول ضاد بعصا أم بدون عصا. لأنه لا يميز الصوت أصلا، يعني هو لا يعرف أنت تقول ضاد أم ضاد. هذه نقطة مهمة. ثم كلما مارس وهذا بند يعني مهم جدا اسمه في علم الأعصاب عملية التكرار. التكرار هي ما تبني ذلك الخط بين خلايا أعصاب الدماغ فتثبت المعلومة. ولذلك بدي أسأل سؤال عشوائي: 5 ضرب 5 25، 9 ضرب 17 لا أستاذ عمر لماذا واحد أسرع من الثاني؟ لأنه هذا المسار تكرر كثيرا علينا فسهل نسترجعه. هكذا يحدث في الغرفة الصفية. لذلك عندما نقدم التعليم في غرفنا الصفية نحن نعلمه الحرف ونعلمه الصوت ونشرح ونوضح، لكن كم مرة كرر هو؟ بالضبط، هو لم يكرر، هو مستمع. كمن يقول الآن يستمع للغة أجنبية يعتقد أنه يستطيع أن يتكلمها، لكن عندما يبدأ بتحدثها يجد أنه يعاني لأنه لم يستطع أن يكررها بالمستوى المطلوب. لذلك دائما ما نفكر في الانتباه القائم على السماع الصوتي، يسمى التمييز الصوتي، دون مشتتات بصرية، أي الحرف لا يظهر، ثم ربط هذا الصوت بالحرف ونبدأ بعملية التكرار. هذا تثبت. إذا ثبتت القواعد الطفل يستطيع أن يوسع مخزون اللغوي. لماذا؟ لأنها أصلا لغة اشتقاق، أنت فقط تريد أن تثبت هذا الأساس. ولذلك سئل أمامي شخص قال ما جمع عجلة؟ تعرفون العجل؟ هو قال له عجلة، فأخذ فكر هكذا وقال عجل. فقلت كيف تحفظها؟ قال لي لا، لكن عندما قال لي عجلة بحثت عن كل الكلمات التي على وزن فعلة فوجدت تمرة، وجمع تمرة تمر. لاحظوا الفكرة، أنه هل يتاح للطفل القدرة على أن يحاكي ويأتي بهذه المعلومات؟ لن يبنيها إذا لم يكرر. التكرار مهم، ولذلك الآن في مدارس تحدد مواعيد للتكرار، يعني كرر 20 أو كرر 30 أو 27 ثم توقف، ثم كرر ثم توقف ثم كرر ثم توقف. هذه إحدى المدارس المشهورة في الأمر. سأتوقف عند هذه النقطة وهي الطلاقة. لا، حتى الشريحة التي تليها. كم بقي معي؟ 3. طيب، الطلاقة هي قدرتك على أن تقرأ فاهما معبرا. ما المقصود فاهما معبرا؟ انظروا، تتوقف حيث الوقف، ويأتي النبر هو يعني التشديد على المقاطع حيث يحتاج، وطبقة الصوت تكون مسموعة للجمهور سواء كانوا أولاد أو بنات. يعني في طبقة حديث البنات يجب أن يكون منخفضة لأنها، وهذا طبيعي، لأنها تضرب على حساسات الإنذار، لكن في صفوف الأولاد يجب أن تكون مرتفعة. فمن المهم جدا أن تكون طبقة الصوت مهمة والوقفات مهمة، تعرف أين تقف. ولذلك مثلا أقول لك تتغدى معي؟ تقول لا الحمد لله. لا، هنا في وقف واجب. لذلك لما جاء رجل قال له لأبي بكر عزم عليه في شيء فقال له لا يرحمك الله، قال له يا ابني هل لا وقفت؟ قل لا ويرحمك الله. واضح؟ هذا الوصف لأنه دلالة المعنى يجب أن نفكر فيه. هل حقيقة عندما نقدم اللغة نقدمها بشكل طبيعي كما يتعلمها الطفل في حياته، أم نقدمها باكج لأن الأب أو الأم سيشتكي إذا مر أسبوع أو أسبوعين في روضة الأطفال ولم يبدأ بالكتابة الولد؟ هو يريد أن يرى المنتج، لكن المنتج أين؟ هنا. ولذلك بعض الطلبة يخزنون سنوات طويلة ثم ينطلقون. لذلك اقرأوا في كتاب اسمه قوة الكلمة، كتاب من الحجم الصغير. هذا الطفل هو أصبح مهندس، يعني اسمه محمد القحطاني، فاز بمسابقة أفضل نص خطابي على مستوى العالم باللغة الإنجليزية، موجود على اليوتيوب، موجود فيه كتاب. هذا الطفل كان يعاني من التأتأة حين كان طفلا في المدرسة. إذن حتى الإشكاليات العميقة اللغوية يجب أن تعالج ويمكن أن تعالج. طيب لماذا بدأت أنا في أول شريحة إذا تذكرتم قلت اللغة ليست لغة فقط، هي جوانب نفسية وجوانب عصبية. ربما الإشكالية التي يعانيها الطفل سببها نفسي أو سببها عصبي، وكلها تستطيع أن تقدمها بالطريقة المثلى. إلى هنا أترك مجال للحديث، ثم سأضع يوجد تقييم طيب رجاء تقييم الجلسة إذا سمحتم، وإذا في أي أسئلة يعني أكون سعيد بأني أساعدك. في كان سؤال يا أحمد تفضل. وعليكم السلام.
وفقكم الله.
وإياكم.
ما المدة التي تستغرق في المدارس لتطبيق هذه الاستراتيجية؟
المدة الزمنية.
نعم المدة الزمنية، هذا السؤال الأول. السؤال الثاني، كيف سيتم تطبيق ذلك عمليا في المدارس؟ لأن ربما نأخذ هنا الكثير،
نعم،
لكن التطبيق العملي داخل المدارس هو أهم الأهداف.
صحيح.
التي تحقق.
صحيح.
شكرا جزيلا.
أحسنت، بارك الله فيك، شكرا على السؤال. أول شيء يجب أن نتفق أنه أنت إذا تريد أن تحل مشكلة يجب أن تعطيها الوقت الكافي، هذه منطلق. ولذلك أنا إذا ظهر لدي رطوبة في هذا الحائط لا ينبغي علي أن أصبغه. أنت لم تحل المشكلة، أنت فقط غيرت الواجهة. ولذلك يجب على الطفل أن يمر بكل الأصوات اللغوية اللي موجود، وهذا لا يقل عن نصف الفصل حتى يسمع الطفل ويمارس دون أن يرى. ولذلك لا يوجد، طبعا عندنا ما شاء الله خبراء هم أكبر مني في هذا المجال، لكن لا يجب أن يكون هناك منهاج مرئي للطفل يذهب معه في أول تعرضه للغة. هلا تعرضه للغة في روضة واحد ولا في الصف الأول أنا لا يعنيني، أقول في أول تعرضه يجب أن لا يرى المكتوبة. ولذلك لو رآه في الشارع، لو رآه في التلفاز، هو لا يجذبه، لا يخزنه. لكن في التعليم الأكاديمي نعم. تفضل.
دكتور، نخاف إذا من الطفل اللي مثلا أخوه بصف أول وضعت له أمه بطاقات بصرية فتفاجأت ذو الثلاث سنوات
يقرأها
قبل أخيه.
لماذا؟
لا أعرف.
لماذا؟ لأنه هو يسمع ويتعلم، وهذا لا ضير فيه. لذلك الأطفال الأصغر هم يتعلموا أفضل من الطفل الأول. دائما الطفل الأول يتأخر في الكلام إذا لم تكن أمه تتحدث كثيرا، وأحيانا يتأخر في المستوى الأكاديمي، لكن الثاني والثالث في بيئة خصبة. ولذلك لما قلنا التكرار، لأنه هو يسمع كثيرا، يسمع من الأم ويسمع من الأخ الأكبر ومن الأخت الكبرى فيخزن، هذا لا مشكلة فيه. تفضلي. لا هو انت اعتقد انتهى الوقت.
هو انتهى، بس انا شايفه جمهورك.
طيب خلينا نرجع الى هذه من الاستراتيجيات التي كنت اريد ان اعرضها. كيف يستطيع الطفل في مختلف المستويات الأكاديمية أن يفهم المطلوب؟ وما معنى يفهم؟ على فكرة الفهم ليس وجها واحدا، ليس وجها واحد. ما المقصود؟ أنا اليوم أنا وأخي نقرأ الكتاب ذاته لكن نفهم أفهام مختلفة، نسمع إلى الموضوع نفسه أنا أتبنى فكرة مختلفة عنه تماما. إذا الفهم ما هو؟ هو عبارة عن عملية ربط التعلم الجديد المدخل، كتاب، قضية، استماع، نقاش، مضروبة بالخبرات السابقة فيخرج التعلم الجديد. إذا التعلم الجديد ليس هو المادة الداخلة، هو ناتج الخبرة. ولذلك عندما نقرأ في شيء اسمه، تسمعوا بالميتاكوغنيشن أو مهارات ما وراء المعرفة، هذه أيضا محل خلاف عندما تطرح. العقل البشري إذا استطعت أن أشبهه، تخيلوا الدماغ كله فيه عمليات فهم ومعالجة باستثناء غرفة صغيرة. هذه الغرفة تسمى الميتاكوغنيشن، تشبه، تخيلوا مصنع ينتج سائل للغسيل، الماكينات والعمال وكل ما يعمل على إنتاج المنتج هم على الطبقة الأولى، لكن دائما هناك غرفة في الأعلى تسمى غرفة المراقبة أو غرفة المهندسين، هذه موجودة في الحقيقة. هذه الغرفة اسمها ميتاكوغنيشن في الدماغ البشري، وظيفتها لا تحلل ولا تفسر، وظيفتها فقط تراقب عمليات التعلم والفهم. كلما أخطأت يضرب الإنذار، قل هنا خطأ، هو لا يصلح، هو يقول لك راجع بنيتك الذهنية، هنا يوجد خطأ. ولذلك عندما تدرسون في تخصصكم وأنتم تشرحون تقعون في أخطاء، وهذا طبيعي. أنا الآن أتحدث باللغة العربية إلا ما يقع مني خطأ هنا أو هناك، فدائما تضيء هذه الإشارة في الدماغ تقول لك أخطأت. ولذلك نسمع مثلا عندما يتحدث واحد يقول جاء المعلمة، جاء المعلم، ويكمل. ما الذي فعل؟ عملية المراقبة كيف تتم عندما الطفل يأخذ نصا ويقرأه ثم يفهمه ثم يتساءل حوله، ثم يقرأ الثاني ويفهمه ويتساءل حوله، تنتج هذه العملية في القراءة المتكررة. لذلك لماذا التربويون يؤكدون على القراءة وأهميتها؟ لأن هي التي تصنع هذه الغرفة في الدماغ. ولذلك من لا يعي القواعد اللغوية لا يهمه نصب ولا جر ولا رفع أو فهم أو لم يفهم. لذلك هذه تسمى القراءة. هل يسأل الطفل أو أنا حتى الكبير، هل أسأل هل أنا أفهم ما أقرأ؟ هل أنا أسأل نفسي وأطرح علي نفسي أسئلة؟ إذا ما حد منكم عنده خلفية علمية، تعرفوا لحظة الانفجار العظيم اللي انفجر في الكون، أنا كان يخيل إلي، أنا نفسي، أنا أتكلم عن نفسي وهذا أنا وضعتها في الكتاب وأنا أقرأه، كان يخيل إلي أنه عملية الانفجار العظيم أخذت زمنا طويلا، آثاره أخذت، بعدين اكتشف أنه هي أقل من جزء من الثانية عملية الانفجار، ومع حرارة مرتفعة مع ضغط عالي. فأنا كنت أتساءل لماذا يقول هي أجزاء يعني بسيطة يعني من الثانية. فلما قرأت مرة ثانية أدركت أنه الفكرة اللي كنت أنا أعرفها عن هذا الموضوع خطأ، عدلتها من خلال طرح الأسئلة. ثم هل الطفل يسأل عندما ينهي القراءة ماذا فهمت؟ ماذا قلت؟ قبل ذلك عندما يقرأ هنا كم مرة نوقف الطفل عندما يخطئ؟
ولا مرة.
بس نوقف احنا في الحصص كان نقول لا خطأ، ارجع عيد الكلمة هذه. هو الأصل لا، الأصل أن يترك ويخطئ بالضبط. عندما نتحدث عن الفهم نريد منه أن ينطلق حتى لو أخطأ لكن يعطيني الأفكار، ثم يعطيني الأفكار حتى التي لا أتوقعها ولا أتفق معها. مهم جدا أنه حتى الطفل لو طرح عليك فكرة أنت غريبة أو حساسة بالنسبة لك يجب أن تتقبلها لكي لا يحد. ولذلك في الطفولة المبكرة يقولوا أنه مستوى الإبداع عند الطفل يصل إلى 95%. طبعا عندما يصل إلى الصف السابع أو الثامن يتقلص إلى أقل من 20%. لماذا؟ لأنه ممنوع تطرح مثل هذا السؤال، لا ينبغي عليك أن تقول ذلك، لا هذا خطأ، فتصبح هذه القيود. فمهم جدا هي هذه جلساتكم الأكاديمية، هذه الجلسات، هذه النقاشات. ولذلك أنا دائما أقول أعزائي، يعني أستاذة عائشة تعرف هذا، والأستاذة منى أيضا تعرف من لقاءات كانوا معنا في الأكاديمية، أقول لهم عندما تدخل إلى أي قاعة لا تتوقع أنه إبراهيم سيعطيك شيء 100%، لن يعطيك علما كاملا، لكن أنا أمشي على مبدأ أنه الحكمة ضالة المؤمن. أنا أدخل هذه القاعة أتعلم شيء عن المراقبة الذاتية، ثم أجلس جلسة أخرى أتعلم عن الفهم، عن الاستيعاب، وهكذا يتم تطوير المعلمين. أنا ما أريد فقط من لقاء اليوم أنه يا جماعة خلينا ننتبه لتعليم الأطفال ونضع حد فاصل بين الوعي الصوتي ثم التعرض إلى الفهم الحقيقي. الوعي الصوتي مهم، يجب الطفل في المدرسة أن يتعرض إلى كم كافي من استيعاب اللغة قبل أن يراها، وهذا اللي يسبب مشاكل طويلة المدى. يعطيكم ألف عافية وشكرا، شرفتونا. شكرا أبدا، الله يكرمك، تشريف. شكرا جزيلا لحضوركم.